Well, I'm gonna fire up the mics and make them live. Would you be willing to check real quick if I sound tinny on the stream as well?
Alright, just give me a moment. I'm
Yeah,
gonna mute.
no problem. And here are some test voices. Ba ba da ba ba da ba ba da ba ba da ba da ba ba.
Yeah, it sounds exactly the same on the stream too.
Hmm. Let me give it a quick listen real quick. Hmm. I do sound tinny. It's weird because the only thing that's changed is that I got rid of my Phoenix Stream Hype. The only thing that's changed is that I got rid of my big TV back there that was a waste of space. I didn't change anything about the microphone. I didn't even disconnect the... You're sure?
What you say?
I mean, you hear it yourself, don't you?
It's hard for me to detect because, like, sure, I only hear it from my Chromebook's speakers, which always make
Okay,
things
well
sound
then
tinny.
allow me to clip this for you so that you can hear it for yourself.
So I can just go look at it at my Chromebook because I can't open my browser right now because I don't have the CPU for that right now because I'm streaming. And it'll be the same tinniness anyways.
I don't know, it's definitely kind of weird though.
Am I at least audible?
Audible, yeah. It's just not the usual quality. Not sure if it. Not sure if it. It's almost like there's very little bass to your mic.
Very little bass to my mic. Nothing's changed, though. What about now? Can you hear me?
You sound a little further away, but yeah.
That's it? Okay. And you're sure this isn't on your end speaker-wise?
I'm pretty sure because y'all have sounded normal when I was in call with him, and everything else that I was listening to sounds perfectly accurate to usual.
What could possibly have changed? I know for a fact I'm running through the blue microphone. I tap it and it sounds like I can see the thing. Maybe. And you say that it's also on stream. I genuinely 100% have no idea. I cannot comprehend this. Nothing has changed.
I think the only thing I can think of is that if some kind of like effect got changed in your mic settings, I don't know.
I have not touched a single one of them. I
Alright,
got...
well, I guess we'll have to put up with it for tonight.
Alright. Well, let's go ahead and continue where we left off.
The black cyclops.
Indeed. Did a little research, looked into the special cyclops you mentioned, Mr. Nick. It's great, I appreciate it. Red cyclops protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the locks break and the truth comes out. It's exactly how... I heard the sound effect, but all I see is Pearl. Why is Pearl spoopy? Wait. You do hear Maddie, right? As in Maddie talking, right? You heard the dun dun dun. But you hear her voice. Maddie, do a talk real quick.
I'm going to talk.
Okay.
I don't, because it was just the dun 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 was because of the talking with the black cyclops.
Yeah, but the fact that it was questioned makes me think that maybe your voice wasn't heard, and therefore there are more audio problems than I bargained for.
I don't think so, because I did hear myself earlier in the stream.
Okay. Okay. Alright. We'll just continue. That's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. Black Cyclops protects a secret from the deepest places in a person's heart. A secret that the person isn't even consciously aware of. So even they don't know it's there. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off even from herself. Okay, so all I have to do is break the Cyclops. According to my research, Black Cyclops is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they're ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. Alright, will be okay by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to give this trial all of my focus and strength. Can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back. No, it's not it. Just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls. Alright, I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick. I'm gonna just real quick do it. Hello?
Hello?
Did that change anything?
Actually, yeah.
Really?
It sounds a lot better.
Oh, thank God. I just had to disconnect and reconnect it, apparently. Cool. I'm also dealing with a bit of a different camera angle. Put that down here. And yeah, there we go.
Honestly, that is so much better. Oh my god.
Oh, thank God. Okay, sick. I don't know what the hell happened. I guess maybe it was just loose on the back end, but I tried pushing it in. I don't know. Just need a reset. Technology. Well, now my mind really is at ease, both in-game and in real life. Alright, better get ready. Just tidy up the evidence. It's time to end this nightmare started 7 years ago. December 20th, District Court, Courtroom number 4. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof's been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Damn.
Quarter. Some facsimile thereof is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper, official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap.
Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you.
Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes.
Oh, I gotta get my Alucard voice back.
This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce.
What did you say?
Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to His Honor?
However, this ridiculous farce is a very important meeting for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law.
I see what you're after. We can find the real truth behind the case today.
Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else.
Brace yourself, Bix, here it comes.
I'm sorry, Wright, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree.
Here we go. Who we got? Cutscene.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
I know I'm not doing either of their voices particularly accurately, but it's just how I've done them since the very beginning, so I'm just gonna stick with it. Immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off.
It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusation and end this insanity.
I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising lawyer. No, without a doubt Athena's innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. Do you have any clue that's responsible for the sabotage?
Yeah, at the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. Don't know enough to identify the true culprit. Put it simply, a spy.
True culprit's a spy. It's gonna be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy.
Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I am here as a simple prosecutor. Very well, your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Though I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Of course, you're right. I was joking. Just a little fun.
So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting.
Let's start with a brief overview of the UR-1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Metis Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor.
Athena's mother.
Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were 2 deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. 1, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab by the time of the murder. And 2, this photo, which captured the moment of the crime.
Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear only the conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed.
Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting that kind of conclusion. The opening statement is over. Now hurry up and call the witness.
Excuse me, Miss Blackwell. Must follow proper procedure for these things, you know.
Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial's sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back.
Very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly.
Skilled as ever is playing a court puppeteer, I see.
Prosecution calls its first witness, who decided to bring forth new evidence after 7 long years.
New testimony. Just who is this witness anyway?
Oh?
Bobby Fulbright's the name, and justice and trust is the game! I'll keep adding that. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. She says she's too busy, what with confining and threatening hostages at all. Seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonko. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you.
Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation, and through her current actions are hardly lawful, though, and I think we can at least hear her theory.
I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted, and I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go!
Or Blackwell's theory.
Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone else. Someone else was at the scene at the time that says Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. And that is Miss Blackwell's theory. Totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentions, there were other rolling cases like that in one of the labs, but they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment.
Vaguely remember seeing 3 cases of different sizes.
At the last trial, they thought Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock, and a perfectly good reason to think that too. There's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab, and that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case.
I can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure.
That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds.
Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found?
She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown whether Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death.
Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony, and there were no witnesses or evidence to tell us where she might have been.
So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi.
That is what the evidence is saying, yes.
I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused's mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl?
Of course, the girl has a very strong motive.
Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor?
You're referring to the therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court.
The ability to read emotions from speech and the subject of her mother's research.
As long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it.
I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit.
Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting?
I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother.
Ah! Order! Order in the court! Tragic story. Hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes.
Time for some cross-exam.
Hold it!
So Prosecutor Blackwell was willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else.
Yes! That's precisely what Miss Blackwell appears to believe.
And that is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackwell is no murderer, Mr. Wright.
But Athena Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth.
So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other. Fine. I expected no less.
I remember this tense atmosphere. So invigorating. I'm only reading notes here, but yeah! I feel extra invigorated too! So let's keep going!
Hold it!
But that's just speculation.
Objection!
No, Miss Blackwell has proper grounds for her claim.
Objection!
Why didn't you say so in the first place?
You're the one who screamed, "Hold it," and cut me off.
Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny-weeny bit.
Now I know what they mean by they say close enough to argue. Moving on.
Hold it!
This rolling case. Suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it.
But was absent when the crime scene photos were taken.
Yes, that's the one, and Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these two photos.
She has! And what is that conclusion?
You're the one with her notes.
Oh, right. Of course. Reading them now, by the rolling case.
Hold it!
How do you propose you hit a person inside one of those cases?
Have you forgotten that we saw just such a thing the other day? At your own daughter's magic show, she fit a grown person into a small box.
Yeah! Way to ruin the memory of a good day.
Magic show. Wish I could have thought to invite me. Actually, I would have liked to go too.
My apologies. I'll invite you both next time, I promise. Wait a minute. What are we talking about again?
Prosecutor Blackwell is using the case to hide someone. And the only person smart enough to fit inside that case.
But that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility.
In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case?
I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move
Objection!
that.
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside.
Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in that case?
Mr. Wright, can you?
Yikes. Give the guy some time to think. Let's see. Try and bluff my way through this. Let's bluff! I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat.
Very interested in hearing your theory. This is a crime scene photo.
Oh, this is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All you have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what was missing.
He took something with him. Should be in one of these photos. My luck don't fail me now.
Right? It's your theory.
I mean, I don't remember seeing this little guy.
Take that!
Please notice there's a robot part on top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part's gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime.
You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture.
But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be?
Really just a piece of junk? Speaking of which...
What are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball.
Stingy, stingy. Happened to the age of free previews. Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there?
Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? This case is still too big to be practical for just the moon rock and a robot arm.
Is it really just the one arm in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe. I believe there was another robot at the scene that looked just like this one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was the other robot in the case.
What?
Objection!
We can't be certain that that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looked like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is.
I know for a fact it's a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not.
Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned.
Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot arm the arm belonged to. Ah, it was bandaged up.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
She must have thought that machines heal the same way people do. Adorable, naive mistake. Reminds me of my own grandchild.
The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandage wrapping around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Let's go. Let's go.
Order in the court. Order, I say. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this? I concede the robot arm is about the same as the size of a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there. The case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that.
You got me there. So then Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit in the case by... compacting her! Couldn't he have... No, not crunched her up. Kinda like when you suck out the air of the storage bags in the vacuum cleaner.
Interesting theory. Why don't we conduct an experiment then? Detective Fulbright, could you please bring us a storage bag and a vacuum cleaner? Let's try to compact Mr. Wright here and see if we can't fit him in the rubbish bin.
On second thought.
Yeah, Miles. Why are you so cold?
Let's just scrap the whole idea and start over, okay?
Man's trash is the same man's penalty.
I thought more like she could fit her legs inside of her. Yeah, of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could easily fit inside the rolling case.
It appears to be a robot assembly device.
To assemble anything in a flash, put the dismantle button. This sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
It sounds rather it sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point. Except there was a body on the table where the robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead?
Yumi! The sword.
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we know that the existence of the separate arm in this photo proves Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude the true meaning of this photo is very different from its original interpretation.
Can't be.
That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It instead is the picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off is transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes was never at the scene at the time of murder. My head, my body, where am I? Yeah.
Oh, Ponko. Order in the court!
It's true, Ponko was found in pieces after the murder, and I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Okay. Finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer, proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell.
Objection!
Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I could see that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot.
Alright. What's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight. What's up, Ollie?
Does prosecution withdraw its claim the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor. My claim has changed.
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside the case.
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset.
Why didn't Iz show the one with more burning? I don't understand what you're saying, Ollie.
Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory.
Why didn't it show the one with more burning? Still don't understand what you're trying to say, Ollie. Edgeworth, he's been one step ahead of me this whole time.
In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something or someone.
It's hardly evidence.
I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. Bloodstain with a distinctive shape. Please continue, Mr. Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world. A special pair of headphones made just for her.
She always wore those big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research.
Analysis shows the bloodstain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones, and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. Most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by the splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves Athena Sykes was without question present at the crime scene. That concludes the prosecution's argument.
Gah!
Order. The defendant was indeed at the scene deepens the suspicion against him.
Objection!
But we've also shown the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer.
I really think that, no, but can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time?
No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case.
But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand.
Robot witness.
Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this?
Mr. Wright has called all manner of witness to the stand over the years, so why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him.
Very well, I'll allow this witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko.
Yes, I realize that. But when you were at the witness stand, you were the witness.
No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
An utterly inflexible little robot.
You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible.
Wait, I just realized it continues.
It continues. It continues.
In the wrong way, but it continues.
It continues.
You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious.
Alright, Ponko. I'm going to ask you some questions.
Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions?
I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Metis Sykes. It was 7 years ago on the 7th of October around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab.
Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab.
It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all.
This is great. I just knew Ponko must have seen something important.
Murder committed right before the poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable.
The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild.
So, little Ponko, do you think you could give us your testimony today?
Let's do this.
I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point.
Well, sounds like the defendant was without a question at the scene. However, it doesn't appear the witness saw the actual moment of murder.
I disagree. This testimony shows the defendant did indeed commit the crime.
What?
At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited.
So, what are you suggesting?
The witness's statement need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child.
They don't, but...
Yes, what this witness's statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim in the with the murder weapon during this moment.
What?
Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse?
Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised.
Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued.
I see. Murder after a heated argument, and the victim fell down. I agree it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
You may as well admit defeat now, Wright. A cross-examination would be useless.
Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination's never useless.
Until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time.
Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination.
I see you haven't changed. You were never one to worry about wasting time.
Very well, even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright.
Show you both just how fruitful cross-examination can be. Oof.
Hold it!
Your regular recharge. What is that exactly?
I have to refill my battery's power or else I stop working. I go to the lab app to do that.
So that recharge occurred around 2 p.m. around the time of murder.
That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena hugged Mommy Minutes.
Hugged her, which Edgeworth took to mean stabbed her with a weapon. You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother, is that right?
Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying.
Couldn't tell. Even though they were speaking so loudly.
I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me.
If it listened to every voice, it would be little better than a mobile eavesdropper.
Explains why some of Ponko's testimony is vague.
It's a shame our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that?
And then Mommy Minutes fell down.
Hold it!
Charging, I didn't know anything. I don't want to delve too deeply here, but... Could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment?
Mommy Menace was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound.
Her heart?
Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system.
Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that in there. Can determine presence of a human with a heartbeat. Wait a minute. That means Dr. Sykes really did die at the moment. Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat?
Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging then.
Oh, the unlucky timing. If you had done anything after that, it could have possibly proven the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder.
I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry.
This robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of stabbing.
After Mommy Menace's heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room.
Workbench, huh? Ponko must be talking about that table to the right where the giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement? Probably. Your Honor, I believe this statement's critical. I'd like it added. The round window on the workbench near the side room. Recognize people by scanning their spacesuit uniforms and recognize person by facial features once the face has been registered for people's most tone of voice and communicate with them. Born in 3 on October 7th, instant death due to stab wound to the heart. Stolen hubcapsule seen on the workbench, rolling cases, hanging scroll, Japanese theater mask on the wall. Is perhaps the idea that near the round window on the workbench side of the room, I'm gonna
Hold it!
keep pressing. Let's see. 2 round windows in the robotics lab. Which one did you mean?
The one on the right, near the hanging scroll. That hanging scroll was Mommy Metis' prized possession.
Okay, in the picture of the crime scene from 7 years ago, there's definitely a hanging scroll and a Japanese theater mask hanging on the workbench sidewall. Is there some problem with this statement? I guess if she fell down near the round window on the workbench there after being stabbed in the heart, would there be any blood? That's what I'm gonna go with.
Objection!
Here we go. Oh, you got yourself a nice ha-ha sweat emoji, apparently. Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough.
I was helpful? Hooray! I'm so happy.
I love Ponko. She's so cute.
She is precious. Just be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table.
But the operating table and the workbench are 2 different locations.
Exactly, Your Honor. We just learned a new crucial fact. Explain the 2 very different locations of the body. The victim moved. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult, so the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder.
Very relieved to hear that. Glad to know the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here.
Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more.
Objection!
Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever.
I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit.
Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say?
The defendant couldn't move herself. She could have had it moved for her.
Moved for her, but Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there.
I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it wouldn't be aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude the defendant and victim were the only ones present.
What do you suggest moved the body?
Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Ponko, allow me to ask you a question.
My name is Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table?
Yes, I did. Athena asked me to.
Athena asked you to.
What did you move, little Ponko?
I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is.
ID tag, you say?
Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is.
Paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag, it says.
So it would appear Miss Ponko here can't identify what it moved.
My name is Ponko!
But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not?
Do?
Well, I do at the very least. Miss Ponko, on the defendant's command, moved the body onto the operating table.
I call
Why
super
is
bullshit.
Edward calling her Panko?
Wait,
I forgot that Edward calls her Panko.
is she? I completely didn't see that.
Yeah, Edward is totally calling Ponko Panko. That's
Wow.
why she's getting so mad.
I see. I thought it was the miss part. Ponko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Is there any way you could tell?
I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell.
Give it up, Wright. If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it, draped over a chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another
Objection!
Ponko's equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't, so that means...
face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes.
He's right.
To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then using the robot, she moved the body to the table where she removed the sword and was stained in blood.
If that's the case, I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place?
You want a reason? Very well.
Can't possibly have an explanation.
Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature?
I believe I read it. Robots can be assembled and disassembled there.
That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds.
In the event my mom pulled her, just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. And asked if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do.
Can't possibly be suggesting.
This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people.
With Ponko's arm. It's Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. Machine's healing the same way. Oh, we just see that. No way. I refuse to believe it.
Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled, it vanished without a trace.
Prosecutor Edgeworth! You're about to claim what I think you are. I demand you word it as delicately as you can.
With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table...
No, don't say another word. Just stop.
...was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime.
Can't be true. Alright, but I think it's the opposite. I think Athena might have found her mom dead and attempted to reassemble her and fix her there. Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say something so horrible?
Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth, no more, no less. My theory is simply the result of rational consideration of every possibility.
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother for the table in order to fix her.
I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way.
What do you mean?
After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it never happened, and that's why she tried to repair her mother. It's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the fact of the case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged.
This just can't be true.
That's right. Do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim?
Evidence. Right. Let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence.
Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned the truth isn't always pretty. Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough.
Terrible and tragic conclusion. The defense has no counter-argument. I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Edward's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have done anything like that. What do I do? It has to be something. Can't think of a single thing. Objection?
Prosecutor Blackwell!
This is quite the farce you're conducting here. I could die from laughter.
Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. It's a miracle I need. What is Prosecutor Blackwell going to pull here? 7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor. I don't think you can alter that fact now. Your boldness, I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer.
Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please go ahead.
What do you got? What do you got? I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Cathartic it was.
Little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling.
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened.
What should be?
She fell, meaning she fell. Merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there were no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room.
So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony.
You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something?
Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself, and she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying even now to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the Dark Age of the Law to a close
Objection!
today?
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell? Skeeter Blackwell's execution's tomorrow. The truth doesn't come out now, it's all over.
Saying the little girl and robot had nothing to do with the murder?
That's right, so let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. Hold it.
Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her?
Miss Blackwell. Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor?
Blackwell, you selfish.
To be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict.
This is really happening. This is really gonna end just like it did 7 years ago? I wanna fly out and go save him. I can't prove innocence in the trial. Athena will ever forgive me. I can't let this happen. I just don't have the evidence to counter it. Hold it. Who said it? Who said it? Who said it? Oh! Athena! Are you feeling okay? I can hear it. hear the voice in his heart. He's hiding something. If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help. Power just might be the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Sykes, don't. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember? That horrible, horrible trial? He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try, feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared it feels like your chest is in a vice. Terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now.
Yet you found a way to keep your fears at bay and become a lawyer.
This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. It's why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then...
The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and face that truth.
Athena's being so brave, confronting your past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain, for I am not a man who can be cut down easily.
Here we go. Let me hear that voice in your heart.
We got into the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. We got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I swayed for Dr. Sykes to return, committed the act, pathetic it was.
Got it!
That feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that?
Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. That's a lot less noise. Just now you said you went to kill the space... You went to kill the Space Center! You went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was...
We need to kill the Space Center. The Space Center needs to die.
The whole Space Center.
People in this world.
Murder the Space Center.
Kill the whole thing.
Just kill the whole thing.
You know, right in front of us.
Right there. Just stick the sword in one of the engines. I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. Just to keep chipping away at him then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony? Got it, boss. Now, this is different. Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell. What? When you said you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who laid in wait to kill her be sad at their death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances. Can't be talking about that, can we? My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. I went to the psychology lab at first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment, I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. That's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. Is this story really true? I don't know how much to believe.
Mr. Wright?
How you doing, Athena? Still hanging in?
I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now, take a look at this. The noise level's actually increased.
Ooh, that's new. Up. Never seen it do that before.
Prosecutor Blackwell's lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claims sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise.
How in the world should I approach this? I can either use evidence-based approach if I could find a contradiction, otherwise I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his boldness is prepared to give the verdict. Give up on this lost cause, and let the law free me of these chains.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. What should I tackle first? Okay, let's look for the emotions.
Got it, boss. But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over.
Got it!
Things have changed. Maybe why are you less surprised here?
Got it!
Alright.
Got it!
You see an unusual outplaced motion, point it out.
Inconsistency. Let's try his testimony. This is actually really cool how they're like crossing into each other now. Crying from next door, of course I was worried. Opened the door to the robotics lab before I could lead Athena out of there. Dr. Sykes came in. Just hand Athena over. I had no choice but to kill my mentor. can't press either, which... This is tough. Hang on. Sykes came in. His timeline of events doesn't add up with what Ponko said earlier. Ponko mentioned that the two were loudly talking, then Athena went to Metis, hugged her, and Metis fell down. Meanwhile, this is saying that Blackwill came in to comfort Athena that was alone. Unless what he's saying is that everything that Ponko said happened before Blackwill even happened at all. That's probably what's going on, actually. Well, I don't have to be super careful with this, at least.
Objection!
Maybe showing that... Being logically inconsistent is Mr. Wright himself. Ouch. Let's poke around in his emotions again.
Got it! Got it!
No sadness. Okay. The joy went away.
Got it! Got it!
Okay. So I remember his first thing was like, oh, it was really cathartic. Then it wasn't.
Got it!
I wasn't feeling happy about her showing up.
Say again?
Why isn't he feeling happy about her showing up? Because doesn't that mean, oh hey, my time's come. She did.
Let's try it.
Got it!
Nothing.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
I-
It's too much.
I appreciate.
Got it!
Alright. Let's go back to the testimony then. This one's a tough nut to crack. No pressing either.
I remember having trouble with this one as well.
Crying from next
I
door.
did eventually figure it out, but I can't remember what it was.
Fair enough. Of course I was worried. Hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. Before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. She doesn't really have anything to say. Maybe Dr. Sykes wasn't who came in at all. Maybe it was one of the robots. In which case, that would be why he sliced it up. Let's try it.
Objection!
Damn.
I will be right back. I need the bathroom.
Alright. Maybe the idea is if you did that, why were there no prints found? No choice but to kill my mentor.
Objection! Objection!
Alright. I am taking input, hints, and the whatnot from the chat, if anyone has any. If you have any input, if you have any, if you know what it is and have hints. If you, it's for Blackwell. Robots took Trucy and the rest of the hostages and vanished without a trace. Athena left the office. Apollo stopped smiling. And I, realizing my uselessness as a lawyer, took off my badge for good. Damn, brutal. But fuck that shit! Try again. I don't know his emotions for a bit. Maybe it's that there was no anger.
Got it! Got it!
No sorrow?
Got it!
There was no joy in finding her now where there was before?
Got it!
You're surprised, but maybe you were too surprised?
Got it!
Okay. How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Alright, fine. I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena, but she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it. That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. You okay, Dark Alien? So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. Mr. Wright, it's happening. There's even more noise now. Oh, shit. It's at 100%. What is going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp, as strong as a katana. Alright. I've got a feeling this is where my testimony's coming in. Next door. Ponko attacked me. I retaliated by cutting it into pieces. Now, I think you're full of shit. Because Ponko was already wounded, and she had blood on her. And that blood came from the katana. So that katana was used afterwards. Is what I'm trying to say.
Objection!
Gotcha. Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo.
It's the photo of the supposed moment of murder, isn't it?
How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the blood stain at the end of Ponko's arm where it was severed with the katana?
I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright.
No. Most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana.
Katana already had blood on it, so it must have been the victim's blood.
That's right. But if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony you cut up Ponko and you killed Dr. Sykes, but in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture.
What? That couldn't be.
Exactly. Or for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm. The victim must have been stabbed first, before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies! Gah! Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell. You have no idea what you're doing! His voice, there's so much discord. Hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions. It's hard to describe, like a violent whirlpool or something. Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. Prosecutor Blackwell, you're on the witness stand. You're obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? complex emotions that seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings.
Ooh, it's all going to hell.
Door. Terrible scene. Oh, it's all pulsing. That terrible scene.
Got it!
When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor?
You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it.
Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all of my heart. Now, can you find it within yourself to believe in me too?
Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true, Wright, Dono?
I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door.
Curse you, Phoenix Wright!
It was a tragedy. One I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled, with a far-off look in her eyes. She sweetly said, "Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her." That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth you so desperately wanted. No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth. And this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart? So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother. Athena.
As I said, Wright, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears my theory was correct
Objection!
after all.
It's true Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspirations on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner. Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart.
She loved me?
Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much?
Yes. My head hurt every time I wore them.
No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger than it is now, and those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life.
Can't be true. Then why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much?
Her love for you was real, that I can guarantee. That's why I knew that what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it.
So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know.
Punko was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated to the lab. I threw Punko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case on the Space Center grounds.
Seeing that now we have all the facts
Hold
in this
it!
case.
Wait, no, not yet. It can't end like this!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you?
I'm not. But this.
I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work.
The defense is prepared to present evidence. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Athena?
It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else suffering any longer for my sake.
Athena, what are you saying?
I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. You have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall?
It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What do you say, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes the opportunity to confess? Very well. Then, if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes.
Jesus Christ. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end.
Athena. Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared, and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion.
I killed my mother. My memory's still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, the feeling of it stabbing in deep, and the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty.
I dare say these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. Before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Objection!
I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright.
Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client's will to the bitter end. Athena, you're not a murderer.
I said you'd never changed, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth.
Emotionalism. Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul.
special cyclocks you mentioned. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
Oh shit, am I actually going to? There's still a chance. Somewhere deep in her heart, there might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be like looking through a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still, it might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence.
I hope for everyone's sake you're not bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now, is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession?
There's definitely something wrong with her memory, I can just tell.
If there's a problem with her confession, please prove it.
Problem with her confession. If she stabbed it that deep, she wouldn't have felt it on her.
Take that!
Isn't this the katana the defendant used to kill the victim?
I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor.
I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers.
That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. Please focus on the handle of the sword. Not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts.
You're right.
You can't hear me in Discord? What the hell is happening?
Objection!
Yeah, I can't hear you either. We had this issue with Donut earlier. Hang on. Hello? One moment. Hello? Wait, awaiting endpoint. I'm only getting an awaiting endpoint from Discord. I think Discord might be fucked too. Let me restart it, and while restarting it, attempts to continue this.
The defendant must simply confuse a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
She also said there's no question I remember it. A fact we can't ignore.
In that case, why don't you explain what the contradiction with her memories means?
Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said herself she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Phoenix, think. Could possibly contradict. Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So doesn't it follow the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana?
What are you up to this time?
This is it. This time I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. For what it's worth, Maddie, Discord did have to install an update, so hopefully coming up right now it should be good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. So if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocence.
Different weapon, you say? What exactly would that be?
Right. Of course you asked that. I can see you flowing. Still awaiting endpoint. Oh, Alien, your Discord's dead too? Okay, that it's official then. It's Discord's end. If even Alien's getting it, then it's on Discord. Discord down. I will just continue, and I will try popping back into my chat. Let Windows Messenger rise again! I'll pop back into chat in like 5 minutes or so to see if it works.
I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always?
Team Speak 3. Do that. I can't back down. Not here. Not now. That's right. I did. Because it's so obvious, it doesn't require any thought.
What did you say?
Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day. Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute, there is something! There's a high probability that was in the lab. I don't have the particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of it just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been found.
Take that!
That's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case.
Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this are issued to Space Center employees, and a robotics lab, especially, would naturally have one of these.
Objection!
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapons were found on the site. It was in the investigation report if you didn't know.
Objection!
Of course I knew that. You told me that just now.
And here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents.
Guess the flathead could have done it. Maybe.
Right, I don't see any kind of bladed tool.
Fine. Isn't there something odd about the design of these handles? Oh, shit!
Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife.
What proof do you have of that?
Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
You're the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense.
Oh no, simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed.
Notice the handles on each of these tools have a sort of design on them.
I see they do. What significance does that have?
It's clear one of these tools is missing from the kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing.
Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with?
Now, you two don't jeopardize your marriage by arguing like this. Just let it go, man.
Show the court then, if you would. What pattern or design would we see if we were to arrange the tools?
GYXA.
Take that!
What design is this supposed to represent?
The GYAXA logo, Your Honor. It's all in the Space Center documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, GYAXA is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. How bright it looks. Really dig it.
Oh, I think I see it now, but...
Yes, with just the tools shown in the photo, the red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot, it would complete the GYAXA logo.
So it would, then that means...
Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while we're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one.
Oh! Order in the court!
Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone, using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't have been that of Dr. Sykes.
Very well. Let's suppose for a minute Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything?
Come again?
What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife?
Don't be ridiculous, or you're changing your premise of your entire argument.
I'm merely offering a hypothetical solution derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away.
To clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memory and the evidence.
If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution's attempting to lead the court!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright. By forcing us to forget the facts of this case, need I remind you there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of murder, and that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own 2 hands.
No.
It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or utility knife, as long as we know the victim and the defendant were the only ones there. You cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother.
I don't believe it. Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes, and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if...
Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradiction keeps vanishing because the charge is true.
I'm gonna pop into gaming chat real quick to see if it works. Nope, I'm still awaiting. Oh, wait. Hello. Hey, what's up? What's up?
Drugs?
Drugs. Alright, there we go. We have a Maddie back. And now that I think of it, I should have put her icon on there the whole time. I'm really horrible at remembering that. I apologize.
What happened?
And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth?
No! Oh. Don't believe it. Can't be true. What if?
Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do.
Is giving up really the only option? No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you giving in to doubt? Can't look back. Forward's the only way to go. No, Your Honor. Not yet. It isn't over yet.
Right.
Can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena. I'll always believe in her. To the very end. Defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I had to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. I don't see a way. I just have to go back and look for one. Think the case thoroughly. You can see the fact Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility knife. This must be what Ponko witnesses Athena's hug. Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. I could have taken the utility knife from the lab. That's the prosecution's claim. Of course, Athena didn't take the knife with her. A third person was at the scene. If I trust in Athena, I have to conclude there was a third person at the scene. According to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only 2 there. So how did the third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? The person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition by covering... person in their face. But wait a minute. Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they cover their own face, Ponko would still detect the presence. She wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. That's it. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. The person posed as the victim. The culprit posed as the victim. That would explain why Ponko's thought only she and Athena were there, all they had to do was take advantage of Pongo's basic recognition features, using this in order to pose as the victim. Of course, the victim's jacket. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. Still leaves the heartbeat detection. Get around that. Wouldn't have worked if Pongo could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat. That means the real Dr. Sykes is already dead at the time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? Athena stabbed the real culprit. That's it. The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and pretended to be her. The real culprit. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go.
Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to hostage negotiations. You're absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second, because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now I know for a fact Miss Sykes is innocent.
But Pongo saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime.
Yes, Pongo did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother.
What are you saying, Mr. Wright?
The answer's simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes. Let's do this. Let's fucking go.
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence?
You make that pose all the time regardless of the facts.
Clunko's strange malfunction. Let's return. Yep. And when Clay's ghost is because he was wearing his jacket. It's another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag, all because Clonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition, and then all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag that poses her.
Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also had a heartbeat detection? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them.
I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because, by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating.
What? So does that mean?
Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed. This third person who is posing as Dr. Sykes is her mother's real killer.
That's... impossible!
Mask. The person I stabbed was wearing a mask.
Order in the court! Sykes, did you say something?
Mask. Yes, I remember.
Athena, what is it? Oh. Oh, shit. Is it actually happening? Oh.
I remember a man with a mask. What could he do to my mother? My head.
Oh, shit.
Are you alright?
Oh, she's not okay at all. Whoa. Oh. Black Cyclops. They're breaking. Oh, it's all happening. Oh, they're shaking. They're gritzing. They're gritzing.
It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered.
locks are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's alright, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day.
I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then...
It's alright. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena.
She was on the floor by the workbench, with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. There was a man there.
Man.
Hold it!
Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena.
He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there. He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes, but I tried again.
This time you got him, didn't you?
I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand, and he kicked me and I passed out.
Okay.
When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought, so I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her.
So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant's just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who's covered the victim's face. Put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit.
Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was?
No. I'm afraid I don't.
A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that?
Yes. The mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I thought it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab.
Oh, the mask hanging there on the wall.
It's kind of spooky. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom.
Phantom?
It would seem that a new suspect has emerged, and that means all suspicion against Miss Sykes is...
Easy. This is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict.
Miss Blackwell, this is not good.
A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy head?
She's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the mask's existence.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, so I can say with certainty I didn't kill my mother.
Athena, I'm so glad for you.
More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge.
See where you're going with this? If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise...
Right. Then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m.
Do I have anything here in the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? Wait. Is he? No.
Take that!
Three vague ideas. Either one of the two photos from the past, but... or...
Take that!
I genuinely don't know.
Take that!
I thought that maybe it was missing from her ear and she'd given it to her at that point. What can I watch? Video?
Take that!
Okay. This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before that? I didn't realize that was even an option.
I don't see anything in the investigation report. Looks like they didn't check.
Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene.
Oh, let's take a look.
There! Please stop it right there!
Who that? It's just like you said. A man leaving the crime scene.
Miss Sykes, do you remember this person?
That's him. I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. Can you see it? There's the slash I made with the utility knife that day. And I'm sure the knife is under that jacket somewhere.
So then, everything Miss Sykes said.
Exactly. Proves Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Thanks, Dark Alien. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Then he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were there at the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day.
So we waited for Ponko to come to the lab for her regular recharge.
By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time, all to disguise the real time of death.
It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid it's just not possible.
Why not?
The victim's jacket's
clearly visible there in the video.
And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket on the scene confirms beyond a doubt that belongs to the victim. If the person who left the lab was truly wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene?
What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Edward's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how'd he get back to the lab?
The victim certainly didn't bring it back.
Defendant?
Objection!
No, that's not what I meant. I guess it must have been the killer because the victim was already dead by that point. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape, but in order to conceal the fact that he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved.
Objection!
Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket?
Excellent question indeed.
At the time of murder.
Objection!
Really?
I really thought that the idea would have been that he came in wearing a different jacket of his own. Then he switched jackets to fool the robot inside the room. And then, after doing the deed, switched him back. That's really what I was going for there. When the body was found. The only time the culprit could have returned to the jacket was when the body was found.
Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument?
I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. Culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. Alright, let's go.
Order in the court! What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the HAT-1 launch. One of these people had a special bag to transport the capsule in.
Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag?
Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people.
You will?
We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. This person felt the need to hide his face with a theater mask. Might mean his facial data was once registered.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean?
I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, Wright. Not that this was ever an official trial anyways.
My ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding?
Let's go. Let's go.
It's true, boss. Does that mean I'm...
Can't believe it. It's over. I won. Proof both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to prolong this trial further.
Objection!
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial?
That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I see no further
Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence.
The little princess who was truly beloved by Metis and who repaid the love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing keeping me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on?
Miss Blackwell. How unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that...
Shut up, Simon! You know exactly how I felt. Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted.
What did you want, sister?
Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Aura, there is something I've wanted to say. If you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Metis' murderer is. You do? Right, Dono. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past. That's right. The Phantom. Person Blackwell's been looking for, even from behind bars. 7 years ago, someone hatched a plan to sabotage the HAT-1 rocket.
A spy.
But he was no ordinary spy. We knew not about him, his background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him.
Exciting. What was this lead?
A recording of the Phantom's voice. but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions, so I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes. Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sykes' result in the recording was surely among his targets. But in search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic.
You couldn't find them? Where would they have been?
Who's to say? Wow, Bay's never let that out of his sight all these years.
How in the world did you smuggle them into prison?
Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. Turns out my partner is Kay Faraday. No, I'm kidding. I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to receive your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt. What about the results Dr. Syke drew up for you? Is there any useful information? Yeah, you can see for yourself. Okay. Is it gonna be Clay? I wonder. Take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. Hold on this real tight. Feels emotions rarely fluctuate. It doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh? A spy whose experience is no emotion. Not sadness, nor anger, and naturally nor fear. He's the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and what ails us all in motion.
Phantom indeed. Fitting name for the one who brought darkness on our world.
Is that motion or nation? Yeah, okay, into motion.
Well then, seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we've learned, I call you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end.
Whatever. Do what you want.
You'll hear no objections from me.
Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over.
Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? Oh, as a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything.
Athena, you're more than welcome.
If everyone's ready, I'll give my verdict.
Oh, who'd it? It's not. It's Apollo. It's gonna be fucking Apollo. He's been absent this whole time.
You.
It's your boy. Apollo!
What is the meaning of this?
Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet.
Why'd you do this to us? Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh, we going. We going. We going now. We going now. We going now. We going now. Four.
Oh, Mr. Justice, please explain yourself.
It's very simple. There isn't much to explain.
Defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. It's still not clear who killed Clay Terran.
Apollo, why would you...
Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. What the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time.
This is a trial for the case from 7 years ago.
Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do.
Apollo. Sure, you know I'm all for the truth. Let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial.
Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's truth. My fucking god. I'll have the police's investigation report brought immediately.
Not you too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve.
Very well. Opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
As you wish, let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Terran. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, the culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge 1, when two men made their escape out of the Space Museum. The killer attacked Mr. Terran with the same type of knife used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit escaped through the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Terran's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day.
Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor. Better rearrange my evidence. I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Terran. My growing suspicions were confirmed as incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launch pad switch to escape. That's why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder.
Order in the court. Mr. Justice, you realize you're charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you?
Yes, Your Honor, because that's the conclusion my investigation has led me to.
But, Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too?
Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. I don't get it. So what did you find out over the past few days to make you think like this?
Hold it!
What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. She saw the weapon that killed Mr. Terran. My bracelet reacted. She said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise. And then, every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Poor Apollo must have been beside himself during that investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court, so I decided to wear an eye patch, so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. That's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago. That knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Tarrant. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was the killer too. Guess he has a point. My bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious.
Hold it!
It's the lighter that was found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about it yet. That's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either, but Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. But Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes has absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Tarrant. 7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. Wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to it. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. Still can't believe this. Can you actually suspect her, Apollo?
Hold it!
Isn't it possible someone else used the same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall there's a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launch pad doors. It's the camera that captured Mr. Tarrant and Mr. Starbuck. There's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. It recorded Mr. Tarrant's killer, or rather Miss Sykes, coming out of the Space Museum. Camera in boarding lounge 2? First I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Athena said she'd stuck into Space Museum the night before the incident, and then was overcome and passed out until around the next day. That must have been when the camera captured her, and that's what made Apollo suspect her even more, but wait a minute. In that case, it's most likely recorded the true culprit as well. That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears.
What? Why?
Order in the court.
That can't be, but if it is, then it's incredibly incriminating.
Wasn't it you who proved in the previous trial that Wasn't it you who proved in the previous trial that the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pods had been switched? A fact you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright.
Hold it!
Believing in your client to the end's a basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own coworker? You're probably right. Maybe I'm not fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Clay was my friend, and that's why I just have to know the truth. Apollo suspected his trusted coworker of killing his friend. To spell his doubts, he investigated on his own, but that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. And I have one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments?
Your arguments have been
Well,
very...
why does those look suspiciously like Kristoff's?
Shit, kinda does, huh? Outside of the glasses. Now, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? Looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route.
Under these circumstances, there could be no other suspect but the defendant.
Unless you think there was an alternate escape route. Is that what you think, Mr. Wright?
Is that what you think, Mr. Wright?
Is that what you think, Phoenix? Is there, is there an alternate escape route? I'ma say, of course, because I've got a theory building up. I think it might be possible that The real murderer could have fucking hid in the Space Center until it got re-switched around the next day. You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way. He knows me way too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you can... As long as you can clear up this doubt inside me. Wait, so that what this is all about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. So that you can really trust me.
It seems your junior partners just showed us what trials are truly all about.
I believe you're right.
We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant.
While we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end.
Both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth. Precisely. And when the battle is over, we understand the true meaning of trust. That is exactly what trials are about, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah. I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt growing inside of me, so I decided I needed to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid. That's so like Apollo, always uber earnest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good, because I want to believe Miss Sykes again. You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? If I use the process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities. Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright. Where do you think the culprit escaped to? I mean, if we're going with... If we're going with my theory...
I absolutely do remember this one, so if you get stumped, let it out.
Okay. They really only could have escaped to the corridor in the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbucks principle to the door.
It appears all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been in boarding lounge 2. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant.
I knew it. It's the only way it could be, huh? The culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum. I guess it's true. The only exit would have been to boarding lounge 2, unless they stayed in the museum. Sykes was the only person captured by the boarding lounge 2 security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly. The only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. Hang on. Give me one sec. Emergency ladder. Lighter. Emergency ladder. Athena and the culprit had to have been in the same room at the very least, while she was passed out, in order to plant the prints on her. So I really think that it stayed in there until it rotated. Am I right? Oh, is it? Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? They're a clue to the culprit's real escape route. I think it is possible the culprit escaped into the Space Museum. but then came out using a route other than boarding lounge 2. Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time, which is exactly when an alternative escape route opened up for our culprit. Oh. Kidding me?
Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Do tell.
Gone museum besides boarding lounge 2. The control room? Was there enough room to jump, maybe?
Take that!
I think I have a beautiful mind. It seems to want me, like, I feel like I'm being led to believe that they jumped out. The
I
launch.
don't know what to say here, because anything I say could be incriminating.
Fair. Sorry, I'm just talking out loud. I think I got it, though. We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point us exactly to where the culprit escaped to. Yeah, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Do you mean? Yep. While the Space Museum was in motion just beyond the corridor's safety door, was an alternative place the culprit could use to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was the area outside the Space Center.
Freaking insane!
Objection!
Do you know how impossible that would be? The corridor's level with the 3rd floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap to the outside wall of the Space Center building, he'd fall to death.
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes, but after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item.
And what item was it exactly, Mr. Wright?
Ah, is this where the ladder comes in?
Take that!
An emergency ladder.
There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab. It was used that day after the explosions to help evacuate people. Miss Blackwell herself used that ladder to escape down to ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. Oh, that actually makes super duper sense. Okay. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. Leapt onto that ladder. What? Imagine.
Order! Order in the court! An alternative escape route seems to have emerged.
Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes it puts Swiss cheese to shame.
Alright then. Name one.
I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet.
20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right?
In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leading onto a precarious place, an unstable ladder. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's a basic survival instinct. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping, or even freeze in fear and not jump at all.
Objection!
That said, we aren't dealing with an ordinary person. Yeah. The culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind.
Objection!
And, considering the audio, they wouldn't have felt fear at all.
They could have waited for the switch to complete and escaped to the
Objection!
lounge too.
because there was a security camera in boarding lounge 2. The culprit knew they'd be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way.
In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down, and then blended in with the other people after the museum was open.
Oh shit, my theory.
But you claim that despite all of this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap, and in a brief moment the corridor and ladder passed by each other.
That's also a good point.
They would have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. If their timing was off, or if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that?
Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth.
This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination.
Oh shit. I missed that. Why do you always have to point out every flaw? Mr. Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have been someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. Everyone feels fear on some level, right? Wait a minute. I've got it this time. I can prove there's someone who could have used this alternative escape route.
Oh, can you now?
This proof. Give me this proof. Where is it?
Take
Bam!
that!
What's that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear.
Right? You can't be serious.
Without the constraint of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap 50 feet up in the air. He could choose this extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance they'd be spotted? That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright.
Was there such a person there at the scene?
Yes, the Phantom. Mysterious shadowy figure keeps on popping up.
The Phantom. Again.
I knew the Phantom was behind the scenes at the Space Center bombing. I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Tarrant as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is one who's not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Tarrant.
What?
The fucking music is turning up. It's getting big desperate. There are too many similarities between this and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom. So then this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he? This Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. This unidentified international spy be?
Right. This escape route must have been part of the Phantom's plan from the start, as was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch plans. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs when he did.
Yeah, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. Load my emergency ladder? But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other room? The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder, but he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So you mean, the Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used. That's right.
Who could it be?
Wait a minute. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. There's no actual way. Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder after being told by the detective leading the... There's no way. You've got to be kidding me.
Did you figure it out, Wright? Do you know who the Phantom is?
Yes, I do. Who is it? Who killed Clay? There's no way. There's no actual way. After the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. He was on duty the 4th floor. It's quite the madhouse, I tell you. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the case, leading the evacuation told me to. His objective was to secure his own escape route. Lowered an emergency ladder from the 4th floor window and escaped that way. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter.
Holy shit. Ollie never finished this game.
Ollie never finished this game.
What the fuck did they miss? Oh my god.
This is a
I
detective.
told you.
This is a detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. If they don't come in and see this, I cannot tell a word of this to them. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he is without emotion.
Take that!
No fucking way.
What? What? Are you saying
Me and the Phantoms!
Detective Bobby Fulbright?
Exactly. We were all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom.
So they have to ask all the question in the ends on whether or not they finished the game?
Yeah.
Like,
I see.
Order in the court! Mr. Wright, how could this be?
That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. The first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder.
Third, it was all part of his plan to create an escape route.
After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Tarrant and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time, got a running start. Just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leaped onto it.
I don't believe it. That addle-padded detective did all that.
Is it really him? All this time, I thought. Bobby Fulbright, heroic detective, champion of justice.
Then, his concern for Simon was also just one big act?
That monster killed Clay? Had me completely fooled. He was the only one who brought the bloodstained lighter to court, too. Scum even made me turn on Athena. Damn it, I'm gonna have fallen for that.
For him to have wormed his way
he's
into the
also the
police
one who
department.
gave you the fingerprint data.
Shit, you're right.
Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright.
Yes, I agree we need to hear from him right away. Court will take a short recess, then Detective Bobby Fulbright will take the stand.
Holy shit.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did,
Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight.
You got it, boss. Apollo.
Well, this is awkward.
Athena, can you do me a favor? Huh? What is it? Could you punch me, please? What? Why should I do that? Because I should have believed in you. Let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry I didn't trust. Ah! Don't be such a dope! I was really touched by what you did. Huh? Now what are you talking about? You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo?
You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago.
I was gonna say.
Thanks, Athena. Thanks for waking me up to reality again.
Guess I know now who to call if I ever get sleepy in court. Looks like you have some promising young people working under you.
Edgeworth.
Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself. And they're not afraid to keep me in line.
Anyways, I have some very good news. Aura Blackwell is surrendered and the hostage has been set free.
Did you see all the others? Oh, thank goodness.
Miss Blackwell said she had something she really needed to do, so I granted her special permission to do what she must.
Wonder what it is.
Miss Blackwell! I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you. Miss Aura...
She better not be here to complain about something.
Miss Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault.
Yes, it's true the courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me. Oh, Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again? Oh, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Metis' killer down. Leave that to us. We'll get him.
Guess that means she's starting to trust us at least.
Aura. Simon, I'm so glad both you and the princess were cleared of suspicion. It's all thanks to me and my robots. You better be grateful.
I never imagined you would go that far, though you always were extreme. I don't recall ever requesting your help.
As closed as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. Or live in the slammer. I'm going live in the slammer! Just hope you're not the...
Me if I ever go to jail.
Just hope you're not the prosecutor for
Yo,
my...
what up, Emerald Fishing live here, day 234 in prison.
What's up?
You'd probably give me the death penalty. You know me all too well.
I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case.
But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish. Simon. Oh. I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that. Aura. Alright, it's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center.
Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable. But it's clear she did it out of love for her brother.
Still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom.
I can't believe he killed Clay.
Right, and murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor,
Yes.
I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? I wish to claim this Phantom's head by my own hand.
That was my plan all along. After all, it's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court.
Sir,
The formal paperwork is yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity and uncover the truth by your own hand.
I'm much obliged.
oh yeah, break those cuffs!
The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you?
Oh, he won't break him. He'll get out of them the proper way this time. It's meaningful. No more shockies from... Oh my god, Fulbright was treating this guy like ass knowing the whole time! Fuck that guy!
How long have I waited? Maybe it's the sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher, the light brighter. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy.
I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is.
I'm so glad. I won't cry just yet. After all, we've still got a trial to finish.
Oh, you cried.
It's okay to cry, Athena, I promise. What'd you say, Maddie?
Listen, you're already crying, dude.
It's true.
Prosecutor Blackwell, Mr. Wright, please avenge Clay's death for me.
What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense bench with me.
I am?
Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me now, can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo.
But are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything.
Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Apollo.
Athena, I can say it with all my heart now.
I believe in your complete innocence. Now we're gonna prove it to the world. Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it.
So,
Ooh, cutscene.
won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Right, because I'm fine now.
Yeah! Let's fucking go! Let's go! Now this is the Apollo I knew.
Welcome back, Apollo.
It's almost time for the trial to restart, though it looks like you have things well in hand.
Yep.
I should head back to the prosecutor's office.
But why?
I want to look into a few things, namely, the first people on the scene 7 years ago, the facial data registered by the robot, and Detective Fulbright's background.
Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks.
I expect to be repaid with a victory, Wright. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Okay. 2 all set to go?
You bet I am. Let's do this.
This is it. Final battle. Murder of Apollo's friend. Courtroom bombing incident. And the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny's called us to bring this one responsible for it all to justice today. Let's do it. But I think this calls for my bigger stylus.
Just now reconvene.
Defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has never been more ready. You know, it's the first time we've been at the defense's bench together since I debuted. Now that you mention it. Well, back then I thought you were more loud than you were reliable. You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well. Still got that ego of his, though.
Prosecutor Blackwell, with the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes, I guess we can keep the chit-chat for later.
Bailiff, please bring in the witness immediately.
With those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackwell seems to be pretty much the same. 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess.
Ha ha ha! Bobby Fulbright here! Heard I was needed on the stand, so here I am!
Detective Fulbright, do you know why you've been called to give testimony?
Yup, 'cause there's only one reason I'd be called. And that is, 'cause it's time for justice! Justice we trust!
Can't fool us with that act anymore! Justice is nothing but lies!
What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey.
Justice just is. He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. Must be feeling awfully confident. Fulbright, if you wish to dispel our suspicion, then let's get you to testimony.
Alright, fine! You want me to prove my righteousness? I could certainly do that! I am the very embodiment of justice itself! I won't have you make me turn into a villain with your far-fetched arguments! And this bit about the escape route's only a theory! You don't have any proof! What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit! This lighter, with her prints on it!
So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false, and the defendant is the real culprit?
That's right! Mr. Lawyer's escape route's totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof I made a big leap onto a ladder.
We don't have proof, you're correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can define it anyways? Justice just is.
Objection!
Don't make me break out a dictionary on you!
Yeah, please don't throw the book at me.
Tell me this
Please
fantasy.
throw the book at him.
Please throw the book at him. Yeet all the books, the heaviest of books. Yeet the entirety of Encyclopedia Britannica on his ass. Tell me the Phantom just didn't make me set up a stupid pun for him. Let's just try not to lose focus on it. I guess that was a pun, huh? Fuck it.
But my justice is crystal clear. What's not clear are your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice. Ah!
Come on, Fish, you gotta book him!
Hey, enough of your rubbishness, Fulbright. If you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's questions and prove it.
Prosecutor Blackwell.
Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner after all.
He's my old partner, you know. Prosecutor Blackwell is right. The truth will be revealed in cross-examination. Suspicions against Detective Fulbright are at this point only suspicions. As it is my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any
Defective detective.
defective detective? Jesus Christ.
It's fine, Your Honor.
Now ask away and don't hold back!
Does there appear to be any objections? Very well, Mr. Wright. Begin your cross-examination.
Thinking about now?
Hold it!
Hold it. Buy me of justice? Empty words.
But they say, if you keep saying something, it can eventually become true. Isn't this how people make their dreams come true too, by wishing over and over?
Alright, let's just move on.
Hold it!
My arguments are hardly far-fetched. The careful reasoning behind my theory.
Yes, apparently there's reasoning behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, is not just reasoning, but solid evidence. Excuse me. And it's called the lighter, with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it and the victim's blood. It's true. But
Wait, Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to the trial. If you harbor any suspicions, I suggest you ask Fulbright, right, Dodo? Especially about that lighter. He's right. Should I ask? So we court about the position of the prints on the lighter.
they're around the same spot on either side, as they would be if she were holding it up.
I suppose it would be used to light the room, it'd be held that way. Please add that statement to your testimony.
Holding it lit as fuck, fam!
Hold it!
Yes, Miss Blackwell did mention she saw a lit lighter being held up.
Yep, meaning the person Miss Blackwell saw was the owner of the fingerprints, strengthening the argument against Miss Sykes.
That question is gonna get me anywhere except conviction land. Sure, asking something else. How many prints were found exactly?
3, the thumb, index, and middle finger of a right hand.
Your Honor, that's an important statement. Could we please have it?
Swapped into my testimony? You got it! Beat me to it! Ha ha! Be it investigating or testifying, speed is the key!
I hate this guy so much.
Everything makes sense now. You're saying that makes perfect sense now. Thumb, index, the middle.
Honestly, that reveal was honestly one of the reasons it's really hard for me to replay this game, because after you know what
After
happened,
you know,
it
yeah.
makes it really hard. Really hard.
Yeah.
Considering how prominent this douche monkey is throughout the game.
I totally getcha.
Aha!
Objection!
Understanding was reached.
You say the prints were from a right hand, is that correct? Understanding was indeed reached.
Very clear prints.
But that just doesn't add up.
What doesn't add up?
According to Miss Blackwell, who saw the culprit herself, this person held the lighter in their left hand.
Oh,
So here's the dilemma before us. Why are the prints on the lighter from a right hand instead of a left?
duh!
Right, it doesn't make sense, does it?
Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness claimed doesn't even hold water.
Detective Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this. Just can't understand it. Definitely right-handed prints. Then why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement?
I've got it!
What have you got, Detective?
The mirror! The witness must have seen a reflection of the culprit in the mirror.
Go on.
Miss Blackwell was looking in through a window of the boarding lounge 1, wasn't she?
I believe so.
If you mean the little window in the back.
Or if you mean the little window in the back and to the right of the room.
That's right! Across the room on the opposite wall is a large mirror!
I do remember seeing it. So you saying
Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror.
It's like in the mirror, and you're staring back at me.
Now do you see? It's the logic of pure justice!
But your argument's only conjecture. You don't have any proof that's what Miss Blackwell saw was a reflection. Right, Dodo. You'd sooner nick yourself than hit him like that. Put some more muscle into it. Huh?
That's right. Besides, the lighter couldn't have been in the left hand.
Why not?
Miss Blackwell said she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? That emblem's only on one side of the lighter.
You're right. There's no emblem on the other side.
Exactly! As blank as smooth as the judge's fine scalp. The culprit had held the lighter in their left hand, they would have covered the emblem.
Uh-oh.
What's more, this is the kind of lighter you could flick open with your thumb before lighting, so if the culprit held it in their left hand with the emblem out and visible, they wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it! But if they had held it in their right hand, they could have easily opened it and lighted it. This all means the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in the right hand. No! Back my beautiful contradiction.
It appears you've planted a flower that bears no fruit.
Ha ha! See how it withers before my blow of justice!
It's tough. Managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point.
In justice we trust! You see? I'm not this phantom you've been talking about. Are you sure there really is a spy? I bet they're just a figment of your imagination. It's so very sad, but I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit.
Hold it!
Detective Fulbright, I believe you just said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that?
Of course I'm sure. Well, why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Do you see an Earth emblem on both sides of the lighter?
I knew it. You're lying, Detective.
Pardon me?
You mean, yes, my bracelets reacted to his statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out. Justice, Dodo. Are you to use that cheat of yours again? It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackwell. Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on, then. We have Blackwell's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Paul, you're up. Here it goes, then. Fulbright, could you repeat that last statement one more time?
What are you up to? Alright, fine! I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is only on that side it's only on
This side. It's only on this side.
Notice his hand tends to tense up. Maybe that'll be it. He's fidgeting.
Gotcha!
I see you. Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running along the edge of your holster.
Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about.
Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me examine it.
What? You're not making any sense.
Silence.
You just can't.
Be still and do as you're told, Fulbright. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them having a look-see, should you?
What? Not you too, Prosecutor Blackwell.
Not sure what this is all about, but if Prosecutor Blackwell insists, Must be something important. I'll allow the defense to examine the lighter.
Maybe we'll learn something new. Hope so. Let's check every inch of this thing. Ooh, we haven't had this ever in this game. Oh, I see. D-pad rotates the evidence. It's covered in blood. Something funny about the blood stain? It suddenly breaks off unnaturally. Supposedly, the lighter was held with the right hand so that the emblem was visible. That's so. The print should be around the emblem and on the lid where you open it. You're right. There's definitely something off here. It's hard to tell if the prints are from the right hand just by looking. I don't think looking at each print with the naked eye will tell us anything new. But this lighter definitely hides a secret. Let's check it out carefully. Moon here in relief. Guess it's designed to go with the Earth. If anything's suspicious about this lighter, it's probably in this area. Don't see anything odd about this, though. This is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about. Anything noteworthy? Huh? Hey, look, it's kind of some kind of button.
That's no lighter! That's a 10mm gun! Holy shit!
That's a 10 cal.
That's your 10 cal!
There's no question, it seems. What you have there is a gun.
What?
Oh, shit. Gun. So that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial when Director Cosmos was on the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a 10 cal. This little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber. Looks like this is the gun that was fired at the scene.
Flabbergasted. Lighter was a gun?
I've heard about palm guns before. I didn't realize that I'd be getting one in a Phoenix Wright game, though. Detective Fulbright would touch his holster. That's right. Never even mentioned the Earth emblem. Must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the beginning. A lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind of thing any ordinary person can get their hands on. In fact, I'd say it's strictly on the domain of elite spies. Detective Fulbright, you will explain yourself.
There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I mean, it was found in the Space Museum, and then I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out.
Objection!
Whenever you mentioned the Earth emblem, you touched your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun.
Accuse me all you want, but where's your proof? Do you have any evidence I knew the lighter was a gun?
Not exactly.
Whose prints are on it? Miss Sykes' prints. It proves she was the culprit who fired the gun at the scene.
Here the detective is right.
Are you guys really trying to prove your client innocent, or what? Although it pains me to do this, now that we are where we are, I have to make the following assertions, coming from the prosecution's side. The person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos in the lounge after the incident, and the person Miss Blackwell saw holding the lighter, and the person who murdered Mr. Terran, and the person who bombed the Space Center, are all the defendant Athena Sykes. The prints on the lighter are decisive proof. No! Ha ha! Now do you see? The man on the side of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit, and I think this about sums up Miss Sykes' points part in the whole affair.
Certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. You have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackwell?
Evidence is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright's claims stand firm. But calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to act as the prosecutor.
Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals. In the name of justice, you shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead.
Objection!
Says the man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove this lighter's not Miss Sykes, but yours. Sounds like you've hit on something, Apollo. It's just the prints on the lighter are the basis for accusing Athena. think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. You mean the lighter might be forged evidence? That's right. It could all be part of Fulbright's bigger plot.
I'd assumed this was forged evidence, to be honest.
Did you do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own?
I could definitely think of a few things.
Prints we found in the boarding lounge. If we assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along, there's got to be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence? Where the prints are on it? Anything odd about where the prints are? I guess it was Fire's gun. Oh yeah, that's right. Forgot that it wasn't just a lighter. Again, whoops. Definitely matched your print data. But what about the data itself? Oh! Detective Fulbright, you were the one who provided us with this lighter and print data. Isn't that correct? Yes. What about it? The same as Sykes' prints match the data. But I have to wonder, was the data you used official?
Mr. Wright, you suggesting the evidence may have been fabricated?
Guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official, sanctioned print data of the people involved in this case.
What? You dare insult the epitome of injustice and integrity! There's no need for such antics!
Your Honor, I lend my voice to the defense's request. You must allow the test to be rerun.
Very well then, bailiff. It appears the official data is here.
And the results?
It's just as the defense claims. This proves the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendant.
Yeah!
Yes!
Fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clayt Heron.
Okay. There were Clay's fingerprints on the lighter? Ah, I see. Come to think of it. Wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints?
Personally removed his glove during the investigation.
That's right. When you took the deceased's fingerprints, you could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood, after which you wiped the blood off of his hand.
Yeah!
By your own admission, you were also the one who compiled the phony print data, all to put the blame on Miss Sykes.
Yeah!
This ploy must have been used to distract us from the Phantom who's behind everything. You were out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit.
So does this mean Detective Fulbright really is the Phantom?
Remember the killer's escape route. No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it.
Yeah!
Detective Fulbright, you were the only one who could have used that escape route.
Hey!
Fulbright, are you really this Phantom? Answer me, or so help me, I will slash you to the tiny slivers where you stand.
Yeah! All right, I'll talk. I confess. I'm not the Phantom.
Silence. It's all over. Now be a man and admit it already.
But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself.
Undercover investigator? Less than wholesome to me.
A person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright.
That's right. I was working to track down the Phantom, but sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. Took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him.
Objection!
You're telling us this now? if what you say is true, then who was the mystery person Miss Blackwell and Mr. Starbucks saw?
He was the Phantom, I tell you! All I did was help him by having that emergency ladder lowered for him!
Don't believe you! How do you explain this fabricated lighter?
That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Hitting the crime on Athena Sykes was just another one of the Phantom's orders.
Expect me to buy that? Fool Wright. What was the Phantom's ultimate objective?
I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given him the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you, too. The Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get back the psych profile you have on him.
So he sent a buzzard of his own to tail me this past year, did he?
I haven't been a champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. A pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago.
Enough, Fool Wright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity.
I don't know. He's very careful to hide it. He had top secret information on all kinds of corporations and countries. There's a number of organizations that want him dead. People believed I was the Phantom. I could be killed on the spot. I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all.
With the ceiling blown off, I suppose you're vulnerable to a sniper shot in the courtroom. Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. Does he really think he's gonna lie his way out of it now? On the surface, everything does seem to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright. We can't find a flaw in his logic. He's right. Come all this way, we can't let Fulbright wiggle free now.
There. I finally told the truth. Now I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom. You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackwell. You believe me, right?
I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom. What? How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackwell? It's obvious he's the Phantom. Evidence is everything, right, Dono? And you must admit there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom. Nah.
Yes, as I recall, the only solid proof we've seen is the fact that Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence.
But... I've known Fulbright here for a year now. And all this time, he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie.
Prosecutor Blackwell!
This fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his way in his efforts for me, he actually became quite a nuisance, really.
Prosecutor Blackwell, you believe me.
Please tell me Prosecutor Blackwell hasn't really been taken in by this big phony. However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You will have to pay the price for that. Throw yourself at my mercy and don't you ever betray me again. Have you got that?
Yes, thank you! Oh, thank you!
Such a bond of trust is a rare and beautiful thing. In any case, looks like everything has been resolved. I can now hand a not guilty verdict with confidence.
Very good! I'm glad to hear it. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up and Miss Sykes will go free as well.
Mr. Wright, we can't let the trial end here. If we do, the Phantom and killed Clay would get away. I know, but... what do we do? Prove Detective Fulbright's the Phantom. This is it. He's gonna get away just like that.
Now, if you'll excuse me, my next investigation awaits. And with that... I'm off!
I didn't say in justice we trust. The defense? No, wait, not the defense. The defendant
feels like it's not time for a verdict yet and would like to see this trial continue.
What? But I was just about to declare you innocent of all charges.
Just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, think you could scooch over? Ah! Yeah! What a fucking screenshot right there. Oh my god, that's hilarious. I'm screen capping that. Fucking caption this. Hope we don't get held in contempt of court. Have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved you're no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? You grateful to Prosecutor Blackwell for what he's done to you? This has been in the back of my head this whole time. Read his emotions! Athena, where are you going with these questions? I have yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. Suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all. What does that mean? We may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie. That's it. With your special ability, we might be able to stop him. Your Honor, the detective has been deeply traumatized by our accusations. That's a pretty good one, Maddie.
Before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow.
If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him.
Prosecutor Blackwell, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting?
Fulbright, I think you'd better have that counseling.
Not you too!
You've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom. Such as, you're an undercover investigator and your family has been taken hostage. I fear you might have finally lost it.
But I thought you believed me! You amuse me so.
What's going on here? That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon. I knew you'd catch on, Athena. Oh my god, the Athena Blackwell tag team is OP. Mind filling me in here? Guess we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright. He knew I'd notice if there was a lack of emotions like joy or relief in his response. So he gave me the chance to take a listen. And listen I did to the voice of Detective Fulbright's heart. You two were working together just now? Come now, Athena, show us what's inside.
Blackwell changed now that you've gotten to see his backstory and more of his actual personality.
This is pretty good. This is pretty good. I'm alright with Blackwell now.
For believing in me, Prosecutor Blackwell. I'm an undercover agent. The Phantom was coercing me. Stole the moon rock, killed Dr. Sykes. Bad person for cooperating with such a man. He took my family hostage. What else could I do? Even with all his over-the-top expressions and gestures, it's registering nothing at all.
It's just like I thought, right in line with the Phantom's psych profile. Detective Fulbright, a lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom.
Whoa!
What's going on? Wait, hold it! What do you think you're doing, Detective?
Me? I'm not doing anything.
I was trying to hack into the Moon Matrix program. I can't do anything like this. Yeah, bird to the rescue! Fancy device you have there, but I'll tolerate no cheating, thank you.
Sorry about that. As an undercover agent, I tend to use my secret arsenal without even thinking.
More like as a spy. Thanks, Prosecutor Blackwell. There, now you can't hack me anymore. I dare you to try and hide your lack of emotions from us.
Lack of emotion? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings. As a matter of fact, you wounded me very deeply with that accusation.
What's going on? All of a sudden I'm getting an overwhelming happy reading. Huh? But he literally crying as a river over there.
Oops, my mistake. How about this? Gah!
Now he's angry all of a sudden.
What's he trying to pull? Like it's not. It would appear our friend is not completely without emotion. It's just as it says in Dr. Sykes' profile of the Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation.
I get it. So he has some emotions, right?
Precisely, which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotions from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he's controlling his emotions.
Very good, Prosecutor Blackwell, you're correct. It's the result of my daily training. A very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know. Like for a spy, seriously.
I wonder why he suddenly showed us several strong emotions.
I think I know.
Since there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, Detective.
Feeling I'm trying to hide? That's a good one. You're the ones who've been saying I'm the Phantom because I don't have emotions. I'm trying to show you the range of deep emotions I truly possess.
You have no objections to me analyzing you, right?
No. Analyze away. But I will state it again, I'm not the Phantom. And be forewarned, your analysis will have no effect. Because you're about to see what an undercover agent can really do.
Oh, it's flickering in and out. Damn. Ooh, we have one that isn't flickering out right here. Well, let me catch all these flickers. Everything's flickering. Everything's flickering. That one's staying in fear. Everything's flickering. I've got you, you motherfucker. I've got you! I found it. I found the one emotion you're truly feeling.
What?
Hidden in the middle of that chaotic storm, I saw one that never disappeared. He talked about the moon rock. You felt a fear that wouldn't fade.
Fear?
Huh? A fear that a man with hardly any emotions feels, huh? It was a response to that moon rock. Detective Fulbright, I presume you feel fear consuming the moon rock because you tried, but failed to steal it. The stain on your career as a spy has left you feeling afraid. Oh. Don't everyone jump on the Phoenix hype train all at once now. A spy might fear. Of course. That's it. I thought it'd be a little more roundabout because of Athena's earring being made of the moon rock. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity.
I was very careful to hide it. Top secret information. Number of organizations want him dead.
Detective Fulbright, I think we know why you'd feel afraid. You're afraid the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity. If his identity were revealed, he would be killed immediately. That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid.
Me? Afraid? I don't know what you're talking about.
So there really is something about the moon rock that would reveal his identity.
Apparently so. Wait a minute. The Phantom didn't so much steal the moon rock, but more like he had to take it with him, because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity.
Hold it!
Oh! He's just yeeted himself out of there! Where do you think you're going?
Me? I'm not going anywhere.
Is it just me, or was he going to use that weird watch thing and try and get away? How many more of these toys does he have? Where can I get myself one?
Detective Fulbright, you will answer honestly in this court right now. Why do you feel fear in connection with the moon rock? In justice we trust! Not emotions, Mr. Lawyer. Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid. Don't make me laugh. Yeah! What was that just now?
That all human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes analyzing a case from the psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth.
It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts at analysis serve no purpose. And now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that it's effective. In an era where evidence is fabricated, do you truly expect feelings to be accepted as proof? And where exactly is your proof that I fear the moon rock anyway?
I admit I don't have conventional proof. Still say examining a person's heart has merits.
Oh, really? Why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery.
All I hear is distrust.
As you can see, people are on my side. Because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine.
It's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people. She's got doubting herself. The psychs and analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. It's freed the hearts of many witnesses. It's been the key in getting the truth.
What nonsense! Your Honor, the defense's claim is a false one. I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the moon rock.
I see. Very well. I will give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel a person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidence.
Your Honor.
There you see! Nobody believes you and your trumped-up charges.
However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analyses can contribute to making the truth clear. I have seen her do this firsthand several times already.
Surely you jest.
So does this mean you'll accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor?
Yes, I believe your claim, Miss Sykes. I think there's merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regard to the moon rock. This is the court's opinion on this matter.
And that's a win for me. No, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you'll tell this court your reason for fear.
Analytical psychology. My fears. Fine! I'll show you precisely why those abstract things can't be considered evidence. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. The very fact I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice! This guy. And there you have it. Now do you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock?
Sure, you sound convincing enough. But so does any 2-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence.
Woo!
The Phantom is like the mist. No flesh, no bones. My sword alone cannot cut it, right, Dono? With your deductive reasoning and the body of evidence before us, let us send this miserable Phantom fellow to the other world together. You and I, Prosecutor Blackwell. We have a duty to bring this Phantom down and restore the people's faith in the courts. Indeed, by covering for Athena, I allowed the Phantom to escape. And as a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust with my murder conviction. I bear part of the responsibility as well. I'm suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. two of us and the Phantom were there at the beginning of the Dark Age of the Law. And then it is also our burden to cut away the foul spectre we created, is it not? Until all that remains is the righteousness of the court and the faith of the people.
Trust, understanding, fragile ideals of the masses who are controlled by emotion. Humans can't truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing.
Once two people overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust is to be found. You're free to believe what you want. Trust like that's stronger than you and your lies, always.
Hold it!
I only reminded you of the Phantom? Don't make me laugh, you are the Phantom.
This is everything, or did you forget? I was forced to testify over sleeping-like feelings. Those tactics won't work from here on out. You need real evidence.
I hate to admit it, but he's right.
Hold it!
Family. I mean your family specifically.
Maybe my lover, or
For example, maybe we need a more concrete answer than that.
maybe my mother, my son, or my daughter. Maybe it was all of them. I'm so sad and worried. I miss them so much.
Obviously lying.
How upset I am. Is it any wonder I followed the Phantom's orders?
This fucking guy.
Hold it!
Can't think of a single reason the Phantom might be afraid of the rock.
I thought the Phantom wasn't supposed to have any feelings.
Sorry, mate. I'm back. Hey, man. Aw. Sorry, thinking. You, feeling at least a little okay, at least? Or better?
How could someone like me, with my wealth of emotions, be expected to understand this guy?
A person with very few emotions would only be afraid of something really big, like his cover getting blown big. I'm willing to bet that moon rock has something to do with his identity, but what? Maybe the Phantom's fingerprints are on the rock. Fingerprints can be wiped off. Maybe he wanted the rock so bad he literally drooled on it and left his DNA. We're dealing with a spy here, Athena, not a slob. True. Maybe the DNA part isn't too far off. Huh? Can't sleep the whole night, and then my body says in a voice to refuse, bruh, sleep time. Oh my god, so relatable. At least to me, anyways. Something unexpected happened to him during the incident 7 years ago. I just know I have something that can show why the Phantom's afraid of the moon rock.
I'll just continue with my testimony while you're pondering then, if you don't mind.
Wait a minute! Make him unglove! Show me the scar! Something like that would have probably left a scar if it was a full-on stab.
Hold it!
What else might have been left behind if you stabbed?
I don't know. Knife itself? And I'm still got that moon rock earring in the back of my head.
Typically what happens when someone is stabbed.
Bleed, blood, blood. Would that have lasted for 7 years on an earring? I don't know. Maybe.
Not necessarily the earring, but if it got on the moon rock.
I get what you mean.
Hold it!
After all that you've done, how dare you speak the word justice?
In justice we trust. I'll say it as much I want with absolute confidence. Whatever I say is just. That's how it works in the dark age of the law. Get the best of me with that twisted argument of his.
Find a way to get him right where I want him. Detective Fulbright, rather. You have a criminal fashion sense. Nice. Probably has something to do with being afraid his true identity will be revealed. That's why the Phantom had to take the moon rock with him 7 years ago. We had something to show the real cause of Fulbright's fear and be able to expose his true identity. Alright. say it, though. Is it the utility knife? Try it.
Objection!
Alright, cool. Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is.
Of course! That's the knife the Phantom used to kill Clay Terran.
That's right. The exact same type of knife Miss Sykes used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hand.
Yes, that was discussed earlier, as I recall.
Why does that mask look how I feel? Oof! Oof, thinking. Oof. I'm sorry. It's my theory the culprit got blood on the moon rock. He was afraid that if the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the crime scene.
If we run the analysis now, we know who the Phantom is.
Haha, I suppose so. Unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing.
That may be so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in great detail. Of course I can. Not.
You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me.
Yeah! This court needs a bully-free zone. Agreed! The infamous sword of the beguiling bluff. It's an edge without compromise. It's edges without compare. I don't know why I've come to ready it with me and show us just how finely it cuts.
Your Honor, this is an outrage! Oh, I mean, this is an outrage! Ah!
Go on, Wright, Dono. Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. The culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab, but in the video of him, it's nowhere to be seen.
Right.
But here's something to consider. Consider the following. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime?
Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then.
Does that mean the moon rock's still somewhere in the Space Center?
In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible!
And why is that?
The Space Center was searched from top to bottom, especially the lab, but the moon rock was never found!
How can I forget about that? A sad but true fact. We still haven't a grasp on how it was done, but the Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the ether. There's no way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tells us otherwise. Phantom didn't have the moon rock on him when he left the lab. Yet through a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. It never turned up in the 7 years after that either. Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it himself. How? Must have been a way. Big Phoenix, think. How did the moon rock vanish from the robotics lab? Disappear from a space center? It's so obvious. I can.
What? Oops, sorry, I mean, what?
In that case, let's have your answer. How did the Phantom make the moon rock disappear from the crime scene?
Disappear from the crime scene. Did he blow it up?
Take that!
Oh. Off the face of the earth. Wait, I don't have any options for that, though. Unless it's the pamphlet.
The whole space capsule.
The capsule itself?
Take that!
Oh, I was looking for something like the rocket or the probe. Huh. Couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. Guess there was only one safe place to stash it. Hope capsule that was there in the lab that day.
And that she must have loaded it onto the Hope space probe eventually. If that's what happened. Then the moon rock would have launched up into space along with the rocket.
preposterous. It would mean that for the past 7 years, the moon rock was...
Exactly. The Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how. Like, I knew what it was leading me to, I just didn't realize that was the one. It's out there in the depths of space. Aboard the Hope space probe. Everyone's like, what?
Order in the court!
I understand now. The Phantom original scheme was to sabotage the Hat One anyways.
Should have gotten space cops involved.
Villain used his primary objective to
We're gonna
conveniently...
space cops. We're gonna space cops. Let's go.
Space cops. In jail. In space. Space jail!
Space!
Plan for the moon rock to be turned into cosmic dust out of space, thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. When Mr. Starbuck and the others failed the Phantom's plot. Foiled it. The Hope space probe sailed off safely in its mission and returned 7 years later. With the capsule in tow.
Gah!
If we analyze the blood on the moon rock, it should make one thing crystal clear. That you were the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright. So he killed Clay just so he could get the moon rock back? I believe so. His original assignment may have been just to sabotage the Hat too, but at the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crime 7 years ago. That's why he went to the boarding lounge, attacked Clay, made his escape out through the rocket with the capsule. In the end, it was all he could do just escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule. Clay must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. Probably hung on to that capsule for all he was worth until his last breath.
This is so funny! You make me laugh, you really do!
He's totally out of whack now. It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit it all now?
There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover investigator, I tell you. I'm not the Phantom. The blood of the rock is just another one of his schemes. A trap!
I'm not sure what you think. Supposing the Phantom is a spy with his solved the truth.
Objection!
Root of the question.
But in that case, you could say anything is a trap.
That's what makes a trap a trap! I've been framed into taking the blame for the Phantom.
Your Honor, I believe further investigation is in order.
Further investigation? More like plotting your escape. But no more. I will bring you to justice myself if I must, here and now. Admiral Akbar is really freaking out in the gallery right now.
Guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Die, Simon Blackwell.
Hey, you guys aren't really... Whoa! Yo, what's up, Edge?
It looks like I made it just in time.
Edgeworth.
I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I've uncovered some very crucial facts.
Did you find something about the Phantom's true identity?
You might say that.
Glasses Edgeworth. That's right, you haven't seen him. Yeah, he was here earlier.
I started by looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All three, an employee, 2 officers, were registered in the robot's recognition system, but none of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright.
That's not good.
But there's more. Excuse me. But there's more. I've yet to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackwell, you'd best brace yourselves.
Uh-oh.
The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead.
Huh. What's that supposed to mean?
An unidentified body that was found a year ago has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints.
Then does this mean...
Yes, that man there is an imposter pretending to be Bobby Fulbright.
An imposter?
And this man, who in the world is he?
Enough of your trickery. If you will not reveal yourself to us, then I shall do it for you.
Whoa! Whoa!
What the? No!
His face!
Aw, look what you did to my mask.
What is the meaning of this, witness?
Okay, you got me. I guess I have to show you who I really am now.
Nice hit, dude. Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Fuck off with that shit! You shut the hell up! You shut the fuck up! I'm the dude playing the dude disguised as another dude! That can't be right. Can't really be the Phantom.
Silence! Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard the Hat 1, set to be destroyed.
This is just another mask. Okay, means didn't I tell you? An undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. I can be anyone I want.
Not so fast. I have the Phantom psych profile right here. If we compile a psych profile on you and compare the results, it'll prove you're the Phantom.
Oh! It's time for me to show you the real meaning of the phrase, the ends justifies the means.
That voice, those words.
This is fucking stupid!
I cannot accept such evidence here, Miss Sykes.
Professor Means?
You
Mask?
see?
I'll take what I want by any means necessary. Now give me that evidence. Time to take out the trash permanently. Look at you. Now do you see how powerful the ends justify silence to be?
How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face.
Ah, but that's the life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value at all.
Or perhaps it is really the case that you don't even know who you are anymore. What must you see when you look in the mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I'd wager.
Well, aren't you just the master of psychology, Blackwell? That's right. I don't know who I am. I am always living as someone else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like, or even what my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotions, soul, I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss.
What's with this guy? Is he even still human?
And now we resume with your lesson, Professor Wright.
Oh,
Huh? I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood of the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom.
Thanks, weirdly twisted version, Nirvana. I believe there was blood on the moon rock in that capsule. Now we know you aren't even Folly Bullbright. Your claims of a phantom trap won't work anymore.
And why don't you bring this moon rock in? This decisive evidence from the Hope Capsule.
I think I'll do just that. Get ready, because the Hope Capsule is about to seal your... Fuck! Oh, I was right! It was blown to smithereens! I forgot.
Looks like you finally caught on. Full marks for a defense for effort. But what a shame your hope was lost in that courtroom explosion.
That's the real reason the courtroom was blown up. It was all for the Phantom to destroy the piece of evidence. Can't believe it. We really reached a dead end after coming all this way. Has any evidence we have on this guy really been destroyed?
How dare you continue to call me the Phantom? As I've said all along, I'm a nameless undercover agent.
And the defense will continue to assert you're the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or at least a prayer.
I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright.
At least put some weight behind your swing, right, Dono? I know, I'm trying.
The Blackwell's even like, Jesus Christ, man, don't
Dude,
do this to me.
Come on! Some little fragment of it still existed. Here's where those earrings come in. Let's do this. Gimme.
Take that!
No, I was super wrong! Owie! I was so confident, but I was super wrong. For halfway there, we can live on a prayer. Oh.
So, I can't remember how we do it, but
The bomb?
if I remember correctly, what they wait. I think if they bring the bomb fragments, there should be pieces of the moon rock.
There's pieces here. It's right there. I see it. No, wait, is that it? I don't know if that's it. It seems like Rocky to me. I'm trying it.
Not the bomb that blew up the courtroom? And the moon rock along with it? You say this will reveal the Phantom's identity?
Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention on the photo taken after the bombing, specifically right here. Let's take a look at this newspaper article. This article about the hat one. Now please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. It's the moon rock. When we look at this photo of the bomb fragments, see how there's a rock-like object with the same coloration?
Oh, yes, I see it.
It would seem the moon rock was much more durable than the Phantom thought. If we take a look at all the fragments the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. And DNA testing on that blood will prove the witness is indeed the Phantom.
But that's impossible.
A surprise, to be sure. That's one bloody tough rock. Let us have these fragments tested straight away. And you'll be having a DNA test too, Fulbright.
Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing.
I love those air quotes.
Prosecutor Blackwell, what do the test results show?
There was a rock fragment that had a rock that had a blood. There was a rock fragment that had 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 blood on it. It appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed. Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed. That had a rock fragment.
They confirmed it was the witness's blood, didn't they?
There's no use in trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it, you are the Phantom. Huh? Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection to yourself? No, I didn't say a word. That was my objection, Apollo. Huh? That had a bloodstain to belong to Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Oh no! Now he's me! Why? It's a pretty good objection too, don't you think?
The question mark at the end of the name.
Now he's me?
Did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright?
Huh? Oh, no, not really, Your Honor.
You, Mr. Wright. I meant the witness, Mr. Wright.
Could this trial get any more insane? Mr. Wright, the fragment of rock in the photograph and those just like it. How can you be so sure they're pieces of the same moon rock at the robotics lab? Care to explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it. How do you know they're not just rocks? You can't prove they're the moon rock, right? Don't be absurd! Just compare the fragment with rock with the newspaper article. Anybody could see they're the same. They have the exact same coloration. Oh, this is fucked up. But maybe some of the other rocks with the same coloration happen to be in the courtroom. Granted, it is giving my voice a break. It's highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be here. But you can't deny it's a possibility.
Objection!
But your blood was found on one of the fragments! Apollo, there's nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock. Why not? I know it sounds like an excuse, but several years ago I tripped and fell in this very courtroom and was hurt pretty badly. Maybe that's how my blood found its way onto a piece of rubble. Even he must realize how ridiculous that sounds. And yet I suppose it's not completely out of the question. See, you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. Thought that the worst of times were lawyers had to force their biggest smiles.
Objection! Objection! Objection!
You're not allowed to say that!
You're the last person I want to hear that from.
Well, why don't we get those fragments analyzed? We could ask an expert to verify if they were from the moon rock in the robotics lab or not.
Yeah, how does he know that line? That's fucked. Sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible.
Why not?
It clearly shows it's not the most dire of times. He ain't scared of you, my dude. Nice interpretation, thinking. In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they're from, you'd need a sample of the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare them with. That moon rock doesn't exist anymore, and there's no sample data left either. So you see, short of going back in time, there's no way to prove any of the fragments are from that moon rock.
No. There's really no way to prove it.
Is there?
Finally ready to throw in the towel.
This is where the fucking earrings come in, finally.
So the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right. It was such a valuable rock, too. Shame, really. It's lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost. There's another piece of it, right here by our side. Shining fragment of hope that can turn everything around. The final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good. The defense has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? A final fragment of hope passed down with great love and care.
Do?
We do, even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet.
It's true, Mr. Wright.
Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's bluffing as usual. I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. Here we go. Here we go. Let's go!
Just about the only thing my mother left with me, her widget. And this earring. Maybe she did love me, in her own way.
Athena, you may not know it, but your mother left you with a very important piece of evidence.
She did?
You're bluffing. You don't have anything of the kind. Oh, but we do. Evidence that'll finally corner you. Because we have a moon rock of our own.
Yeah! Oh! You mean...
Exactly. Gift Dr. Sykes left her daughter, an item Athena's cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of her love. Shake off the darkness of the past and give us all hope for the future. This is the defense's sample of the moon.
Take that!
That's your sample?
This earring that Miss Sykes always wears was made from that original moon rock.
What? All this time? It's right here all along?
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, bitch. Let's go, bitch. Let's go, bitch! No, it can't be. The composition of the bombed fragments and the earrings are found to be a match, and it'll prove beyond a shadow of a doubt the origin of the fragment in this photo. Since the test results showed that the blood on the fragment was yours, this means the identity you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. Identity I tried to hide? I don't have any identity to hide. I may not have Athena's ears, but now even I can hear that fear in your voice. Fear? I don't feel fear. I I left all my emotions behind years ago.
Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face the emotions inside of you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust.
I suppose you do.
Didn't have anybody to support me at first either. Couldn't face the fear inside of me. Couldn't get over the trauma of my past.
Like I said, I don't have...
Objection!
You're just a coward for running away from yourself.
I had my doubts about Miss Sykes. I felt like I'd collapse under that weight. But I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation.
Running away from myself. How can I run away from myself
When there's nothing inside. Nothing at all.
Objection!
I know it's hard for someone as unwilling to trust others as you to understand. People have emotions, it's just a fact of life, so people can be weak at times. That's exactly why people need to trust one another. So they can gain the strength to face themselves when things are at their bleakest. Without trust in others, how can you even hope to face your fears?
fear inside of me? Is this? No, holy shit.
I'm afraid. I'm scared. I feel fear. Can't outrun yourself. Remove that mask and unleash your emotions. Confront your guilt head on. Oh, there it is! With your own true face! Oh, true face. No, please don't. I know you're here. Where are you? No, see? I haven't revealed anything yet. Honest! Oh, my own true face! I don't have one! My face! My face! My face!
Hi. Oh.
Oh. Is this my face? Is it?
No, that's not it. No. No! This isn't me either.
Is this me? Which one is my face? What am I? Who am I? Oh! 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 Oh!
Yeah. As soon as he started begging and saying, like, I haven't revealed anything, I figured that was gonna happen.
Sniper attack in this very courtroom. Chills me to my bones. But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackwell, how's Detective Fulbright, or his imposter, doing?
He's a lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any vital organs.
Oh, wow. I fully expected him to be big dead. Wow. Okay, fair enough.
He appears to be in no danger of dying.
Well, that was fortunate for all of us.
The analysis of that final piece of evidence Wright donor submitted is in. The composition of Miss Sykes' earrings and the fragments with those blood on it match. We can now be certain it's a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders and bombings at the Space Center, both past and present. The bombing of the courtroom number 4 and all of his other crimes as numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all of these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There's still a myriad of things we wish to tell us about, after all.
Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. But before I do, will the defendant please return to her proper place?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, this court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes.
Not guilty! Boom, baby! Confetti, 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 get it, confetti.
Court is adjourned! Thank fuck!
That little smile that Blackwell gave them.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Congratulations, Mr. Nick.
Thanks, Pearls. Thanks for being there for Athena.
It's the least I could do.
Shit, I forgot you were here.
Athena was great, wasn't she? She's so strong throughout the whole trial. Daddy, I'm so glad to see you.
Trucy, you alright? You hurt?
I'm fine, Daddy. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep our spirits up.
That's our Trucy for you. Really glad to see you're safe.
Right. I fear I owe you yet another debt of gratitude.
Edgeworth.
We never would have caught him if it weren't for all of you.
Ah, come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? You're the ones who have been tracking the Phantom all this time. Plus, you were the one who gave Blackwell permission to serve as prosecutor, right?
Yes, well, we knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. The police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do so until this trial.
Never would have won this trial without you. It was your health as chief prosecutor that was the key to its successful conclusion. Besides, it was you that saw to it that I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it?
So you figured it out, did you?
Yeah, getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know? Should have been much harder after that evidence forging scandal.
Well, I owed you a few favors.
Hey, Edgeworth, think you can finally bring the dark age of the law to an end?
Even the darkest night turns to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. Besides, now that Prosecutor Blackwell has been cleared of all charges, a great deal of the mistrust towards the court system should have been swept away.
Yeah, you could have said that with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. It wouldn't kill you. Instead, the furrows in that brow of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper.
So I should smile more. I'll think about it.
Complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals.
Athena.
You mean married partners.
I'm forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam while overseas.
Well, I knew if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied. I was frantic. I'm so glad I made it in time. Just barely, but I still made it.
Atta girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let it out. Yes, I survived by the skin of my teeth thanks to you.
Shame on you, Simon, trying to throw your life away like that.
It was never my intention to just throw away my life. Oh, toast to the victory. Also, that 31 bothers me. Oh, Dark Alien! Yo, thank you so much. Fuck it, that's close enough to 5. I'll have a shot. Oh, some things in this world are more important than your own life. Ah, thank you so much for the 4.
Like what?
My honor-bound duty to protect my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure. Huh? That's some loyalty. This guy really is a samurai through and through. Oh, looks like we can breathe easy now. Paula.
Should be just how close she cut it though with the head. Because I don't know if she used execution date or not.
I think she did. Thank you both. It took all of us together to pull it off.
You bet, boss. What team we are, huh?
You know what, fuck it. I'll down it when the credits roll. It's definitely the most amazing turnabout I've ever seen. I'm a lucky guy. I wonder if Blackwell knows about how big of a fan Sedgeworth is with Steel Samurai.
Apollo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear it for the Wright Anything Agency. Nobody's gonna try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo. Simon's free thanks to Mr. Wright. There are so many more people out there who need our help.
You're right. I'll be needing you both to help him. Still got a long way to go. Get ready, you two. We've won a major victory, but the war is far from over. There are still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. Got a lot of work ahead of us, if we ever hope to fully bring the Dark Age of the Law to a close.
Hey, I know one thing we have to do.
3 days later, Wright was disbarred. Credits roll.
We have to celebrate with a bowl of piping hot noodles.
Huh?
Nothing like a bowl of Eldoon's noodles after a trial, all on Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at the Wright Anything Agency, right, Mr. Wright?
Huh?
As a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to your people for their great work.
In that case, allow me to join in the festivities. I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles. I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't you just invite everyone involved with the case? The more the merrier, right? Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come. Who knew you'd grow up to be such a generous gentleman?
Guys, under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say.
If I get to join in. No fair, I want to say it too!
I'm gonna try. It hasn't worked before. I think it's just on the whole time. Here, I'll try it. Objection!
Yeah, it worked!
Oh, that's fucking it!
Find a lost cat, install an air conditioner. Think I should have found him a few legal cases? Nah, that's okay. This is the Wright Anything Agency after all.
Oh, that's awesome. I was a little worried it wouldn't work because it wasn't working when I used the push one. But alas, it's not quite over yet because I have obtained the DLC, Hot as the Sun Red Peppers instead. And next time, which should be tomorrow, I'm gonna be taking a crack at Dual Destinies DLC. I hear an orca's evolved in some capacity, but that's all I know.
Sometimes necessary to get a guilty verdict by any means possible. But they're putting me under investigation. The chief prosecutor wants to see me. No!
Get wrecked. Ugh. I'm obviously gonna let the credits roll, but once the credits are done, we're gonna call it for the night. There is my Twitter, you know, the huge fucking immediate docket, schedule changes, and Steam Lawyer would be the Amazing Nine Tails 2.
We will for it. So we are to meet as foes, are we, my little friend?
That's awesome. And fucking when I go live.
To believe it, I'm the Alderman of the Nine Tails Vale now. Pretty impressive, huh? Took over after Rex killed me for the good of the old blood village. What'd you say? Would you like to make a little donation to help us out?
What do you think you're doing sneaking into the manor?
Ah, Jigsaw. Better make a run for it.
Thank you again for that donation, mate. I feel a little bad because, like, it just so happened that the Bubsy Marathon is going to be taking place after the Metal Gear Marathon in March. even though that was like the paid for one. But like I've gotta. It's Metal Gear March. It's the name. It's my birthday treat to myself. Like it is what it is. It'll be happening right afterwards. And then if the Sonic one just happens to be funded by then, that'll be happening next. Jesus Christ.
Since I want to be a legal journalist instead of a lawyer and judge. Wilson's trial, the school newspaper's future is as bright as can be. Now, let's see what the fresh blood have to say in the new school paper. Our editor cried so hard at graduation rehearsal, her cardboard box got soggy.
That's funny. Ah, the one night only reunion concert. Still remembers that evening of passion. The president of student council sang like no high school student ever. She was a judge in her own court someday. I'd love to have a jam session with her. Be the coolest trial ever, yeah? Can already hear it now. Take a while with turnabout reclaim because I have a closing shift for work on Friday, trying to make it to DGS premiere. Ah, fair. Well, I can't promise anything, but I do take Sundays off. And I try and be the clean up the attitudes. Due to come once his training's over, simply must be done. Yeah, I try to make consistent pace. Sometimes I fail at that, but I do try and make consistent pace. I will be doing that, though, before DGS. So, plans are pretty much this game's DLC, Turnabout Reclaimed, I guess is what it's called. Then Daigyakuten Saiban, and then Spirit of Justice. And then we got Metal Gear March. Spirit of Justice has a DLC too, as well, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Cool.
That one I know has to be for free because I did not pay for it.
Hate to break it to you, but I looked it up and it wasn't.
How?
I don't know.
God, I just downloaded it and I swear I just downloaded it and it didn't. Didn't have to pay for it.
Did you buy it on release?
Fish? Do you recall what I told you last night?
So that's a no.
Yeah.
I'll give it another look just in case I'm wrong, but I was pretty sure I saw that it also costed. Which, I mean, worst case scenario, we'll figure it out.
Worst case scenario, I dumped that one too.
No one's around. I've been kept waiting a long time. And what sort of case brings you here? Oh, your father was accused and you wish for Athena to defend him. Perhaps he and I shall meet in the courtroom in the near future. You know... Starbucks said a Space Odyssey lyric reference. Oh shit, I missed it. Fuji, this one's celebrated.
Please forgive me.
Blackwood's acquittals brought all manner of ills in the prosecutor's office to light. It seems all in the cases thawed the chill of winter in the warm of spring. Now I owe Wright yet another debt of gratitude. I'll repay him one day. You can trust in that.
And we got more credits. Yeah, I do think there was a few points where this game did slog, but I think it really picked up in its latter fourth, I guess. Some payments on salad. Where's Gumshoe? Right though? Right though. I feel that.
I miss Gumshoe.
I miss Gumshoe too. I miss Emma.
To be fair, the game being on the 3DS kind of needed a lot more work than the old DS titles, so
It's
they
true.
needed a lot more room for credits.
It's true. Definitely. And just a small team now. But like,
If I remember correctly, the original game was developed by only 7 people.
7, yeah. I was gonna guess around the realm of 10, yeah. Dismissal. Man, fuck that guy. I'm glad his teeth broke.
I loved his breakdown. It's just like going through the different options for punishment, and everyone just started throwing shit at him.
Hey, what's up, Aura? I'm really glad she turned out to not be the Phantom. I was kind of afraid that it was gonna be another, like, case of that, and I felt like it was overdone. But, so I'm really glad it didn't turn out to be that. I didn't expect the detective at all. Like, that was a super big primo surprise for me. I didn't see that coming. I was...
Honestly, I didn't like him to begin with, and it made it even worse.
But, did it feel good when you were finally able to take him down, though?
To be honest, I don't really remember. Like, I do remember enjoying the last case, but now every time I look at him, I just feel disgust.
Understandable. Ooh, cutscene.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be
T-minus
fine.
15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
You'll be fine. Just believe in yourself.
The moon's closer than you think!
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
All right.
Through the years, I've seen as much joy as heartache, honesty as deceit. I'm gonna do this. Just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair. Man, I'm getting old. I I believe that hope and friendship can lift us all up towards a brighter tomorrow. Hell yeah. Bam. Alright.
I believe there is one more thing that you will have unlocked, having completed the main story now, if you go into the DLC and extras thing
Oh?
for costumes.
Let's take a quick gander.
At least I think so.
Old school. Looks like it's just the main two. That said, I haven't shown this off
Probably.
here anyways, so...
It's probably for completing the DLC then.
Yeah. Got some style and street clothes. What a style. What a backpack. And then, of course, we got his old school
Wait a minute.
uniform.
Wait. That thing hanging off his backpack. Is that fucking Mr. Hat?
Wait, what? From like...
On Apollo's backpack.
Oh
Is that
shit,
Mr.
it's
Hat?
totally Mr. Hat on his backpack! Oh my god, you're super right! It's amazing. That's dope. That's cute as hell. Alright. Well, we'll be switching these back. Yeah, cutscenes.
Fun fact, I actually kept Phoenix in his old school suit for most of the game.
I can't blame you. That's cool, just like all of the illustrations. Neat.
And you should have access to all the anime cutscenes as well.
Yeah.
So go back and look at.
Oh yeah, you're right. The little extra hair hanging off of his front in there in the old school costume. Weird. Was that not always there?
No, he did not have that spit curl in the old games.
Huh. Wow. I must have just imagined it. It's one of those, what do you call it? Fucking...
Mandela effects.
Yeah, one of those Mandela effects I pulled on myself. Alright, well, I'm gonna call it, but tomorrow night, Turnabout Reclaimed. And I think that'll do. If you play the opening cutscene, it shows. Oh, fair enough. I'm not gonna play any of the cutscenes though. We're good. We're like a half an hour over time anyway. All right, Maddie. See you night stream. Night stream.